racing. Family Day off beautifully and quite squarely for Joker Matt. Likewise for Sign of the Cross. And Sign of the Cross at 7-5 shows good early speed and is encountered by Eisenstadt to the outside. 4 and 6 race out. 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Ghost Stalker on that class drop. 2.5 after that to Joker Matt. And now about 7, 8 lengths out of it. And a good 5 clear from Last Martini, who's the last horse. The quintet heads up the Canterbury Park barn side. Sign of the Cross attempting to win 3 in a row. Eisenstadt right alongside, and those two travel in perfect harmony with 5 furlongs to go, and they slow down a smidge on the lead. Eisenstadt puts the nose in front. 3 after that goes Stalker, another 3, maybe 4 to Joker Matt, and still not much from Last Martini. Sign of the Cross, Eisenstadt, Sign of the Cross. They're 1 into the far turn, and Eisenstadt's trying to run away from them all. Eisenstadt puts a half on Sign of the Cross. 5 after that to Ghost Stalker, not doing much. Joker Matt 8 out of it. Last Martini running on from a mile out of it. Sign of the Cross and Eisenstadt are locked in, battling what could become a humdinger. Eisenstadt the outside, Sign of the Cross trying to keep up with him, but now he's 2 lengths in arrears and is guided to the outside by Harry. And it's Eisenstadt with Sign of the Cross a mile clear from Joker Matt and an on-charging Last Martini. Eisenstadt, Sign of the Cross is not done yet. Sign of the Cross, Eisenstadt held on. To sweat a 6-pack, and they're racing. Swift beginning for Lee of Little Faith, put 1.5 on the field early. Charismo also has speed, and at 19-1 there goes Charismo with 1 lap to go. Derby Glass and Charismo get down to the inside neatly and lead it by 1. Lee of Little Faith relegated to chasing. Then it's Forever Indian between runners to the inside of Lucky's Lane. 3 lengths behind that, 3 Roughshod, about 7 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Score McCoy. Charismo with Charisma, and Charismo leads it by nearly 2. Lee of Little Faith taken to the outside by Eddie G and cutting into the margin. After that, Lucky's Lane in the clear. Forever Indian is about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead. The rider has the red and white silks. After that, 3 Roughshods, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Score McCoy. The long shot has done it quite well to this stage. Charismo, Lee of Little Faith on level terms, and Lucky's Lane is on the 3 wide side. Forever Indian is sequestered, and 3 Roughshods is begging for the light of day, just waiting to get through. But Score McCoy from last has run right up to join the lead, and the complexion changes around about the quarter pole. Score McCoy made that huge move on Lee of Little Faith, who keeps the red blinkers in front. 3 Roughshods needs to give much, much more. Then we come to Lucky's Lane. Lee of Little Faith, 3.5, 4 clear from Score McCoy. Forever Indian late with 3 Roughshods, but Lee of Little Faith gets barn bragging rights with a victory by 5. racing. Slow beginning for Angels, Shadows, and General Battle Axe. Super Renzo's out of the gate in super fashion on the inside, joined by Blue Jay Way. This firster has speed, likewise for Bucking again to the outside. And we have 3 in a line with 3 to go. Right behind them, Skinny Bobby being asked for run and about to be joined and perhaps passed by General Battle Axe. The gray and last is Angel Shadows, 8 lengths from the front. Super Renzo and Bucking again. Outside of that, General Battle Axe, then it's Blue Jay Way on the inside. The top 3 racing well off the inside. Blue Jay Way right next to the rail trying to take advantage. And here comes General Battle Axe getting in tightly though with Bucking again. General Battle Axe and Blue Jay Way. General Battle Axe to prevail. And they're racing. And Sunshine Fever in her turf debut, and on the stretch out flashes speed. After that, Amaretto D'Amore also in the turf debut, showing some speed to the outside of styling and profiling. Right behind them, Summer Fireflies a bit wide. Elegance and Tonic saves all the ground, 4 lengths from the lead. Right behind that one is Anna. She's trying to win 2 in a row from 7 out of it. Then it's She's on Easy Street right next to Anna, and the one in last is Holy Image. Up the barn side they go, race 4, Sunday CBY. Sunshine Fever and Harry show the way. Styling and profiling, bugging to the outside. Amaretto D'Amore, 3 wide, 1 out of it, 1.5 clear from Summer Fireflies. And then we come back about 2-3 lengths to Elegance and Tonic. But Barrios Lopez guides that one to the outside, shoving on the favorite, 5 out of it, and overtaken by Anna. Behind that, She's on Easy Street and still nothing from Holy Image. It is Sunshine Fever trying to handle the sod and the distance and still is leading. Outside, styling and profiling, Amaretto D'Amore has dropped out of it, and here comes Summer Fireflies with a rush. Elegance and Tonic finishing fast on the outside. Inside of that one is Anna. It is Summer Fireflies at 15 to 1, and the bookending favorite, Elegance and Tonic, is lunging, but it's too late. Summer Fireflies in an upset. And they're racing. Schmooze stumbled shortly after the start. Lolo's Laughter began in last. On the wide side, Magnet and Steel with speed, and likewise for Crocodile Tears. Inside of that, Irish Dawn. Then we come to My Crazy Neighbor. That one's to the inside of American Refugee. Lolo's Laughter, not much about which to giggle at this moment. Checked with a half mile to go and is 8 lengths out of it. That one is to the inside of Schmooze, and Lolo's Laughter now just checked badly right back to last, being angled to the outside. The field is covered by 10, and they're chasing Crocodile Tears, and Crocodile Tears leads it by 2, Magnet and Steel. After that, My Crazy Neighbor, American Refugee. Lolo's Laughter has a tall task ahead of her. She swings into action wide, and she's right behind Happy Dancer, and they head for home. Crocodile Tears left with a lonely lead. Outside, American Refugee, between them, My Crazy Neighbor. After that, Happy Dancer. Not today for Lolo's Laughter. Crocodile Tears begging for the wire. American Refugee to get there. American Refugee in time. racing, except for Betty's Got a Notion. That filly forgot to start, already 8 lengths out of it. Let Me Down Easy did not forget to pop, and Let Me Down Easy speeds off to the early lead gloriously. Wicked is in second, and after that dropped cold on the class drop, about 8 behind Let Me Down Easy, who tears away by 4. Then we come to Northern Charmer. That one's also 8 out of it. Carrots Count is next. Way back in last is Betty's Got a Notion. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and they're chasing Let Me Down Easy, the 3-2 favorite, in hand and in command with a quarter of a mile to go. Gloriously Wicked is next. Then we come to Northern Charmer and Carrots Count, and here they come. Let Me Down Easy, slowing down a tad, but doing so with a 5-length lead. Carrots Count comes flashing out of the crowd with Northern Charmer into the final 125. Let Me Down Easy from Northern Charmer, who's surging but put a Q around race 6. She didn't let them down easy. And they're racing. Fast beginning for Hooray for Credit, likewise for Princess of Malibu. And with 1 lap to go, Princess of Malibu grabs the lead at 5-1, followed by Hooray for Credit, just about 2 lengths behind. Then it's Sweet Carolina, the 3-5 favorite. Sweet Carolina, 6 lengths from a fast early pace, and to the inside of Kamikaze Blue. After that, it is Delusional Dream, 7 lengths from front to back, and they're chasing Princess of Malibu and LAV, and Luis Valenzuela tries to throttle down this tearaway filly, and she leads it by 2. In second, Hooray for Credit, to the inside of Kamikaze Blue. Then it's Sweet Carolina, not asked for run, advancing steadily, 4 out of it, and Delusional Dream is right behind that one now. 6 from front to back, and they're chasing the 6. It is Princess of Malibu trying to go wire to wire. Princess of Malibu won. Hooray for Credit making a move on Malibu. Then we come back to Kamikaze Blue, shaking up hard. Sweet Carolina beginning to close in, and after that it's Delusional Dream, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. Hooray for Credit to the outside of Princess of Malibu. Hooray for Credit at 9-1, kicks away by 3. Sweet Carolina has the white face, angling in, angling out. Not today for Sweet Carolina. In fact, she's going to run last, and Delusional Dream is surging fast on the outside. It is Hooray for Credit and Delusional Dream in time. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Silent Sailor came out of the gate loudly, but so did Como Estas. And Como Estas tries to run away, but Wild Time has speed. Then it's Boyd Ram, and Burn Boss is 5 lengths or rearmost. Up top, Como Estas at 8-5 leads it narrowly from Wild Time. Silent Sailor 9-5 on the move. Boyd Ram pushed on by Lopez, but advancing a smidge. Then it's Burn Boss, now 7 from front to back. Off the far turn they roll, and Como Estas is in a battle with Silent Sailor. Those two right together. Wild Time tracks right behind them if good enough. Then it's Boyd Ram, and Burn Boss is now 8 lengths from the lead, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. Quinones has not done much work on Como Estas, and now Q gets down to business, and Silent Sailor is still loud. Outside of that is Wild Time. These three line up for a spine tingler to finish Sunday at Canterbury Park. It's Wild Time and Silent Sailor. Wild Time indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course is listed as good. Let's go over the changes on tonight's 8-race program, starting in race number 1. Jockey change on the 1, Bailout Kila, make the rider Constantino Roman. On number 2, add Eduardo Gallardo. Roman on the 1, Gallardo on the 2. Moving on to the second half of the Daily Double, race number 2. Couple jockey changes in the second race. Number 2, Unleash the Beast, ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. And number 5, Kierkegaard, now ridden by Carlo Lopez. Gallardo on the 2, Lopez on the 5 in race 2. No changes in our third race. Third race is clean. The only turf race of the night tonight is race 4. Do note that race 7, originally scheduled for the turf, will now be on the dirt. Good turf for race 4. Jockey change on the 2, make it Eduardo Gallardo. And on the 4, make it Carlo Lopez. Gallardo on the 2, Lopez on the 4, in the only turf race of the night, which is race 4. On to the 5th, where we scratch number 6, Harmon Killer Brew. 6 is scratched in the 5th. Make the jockey Serafina Carmona on the 3 and put Kelsey Haar on the 4. Kelsey Haar on the 4, Carmona on the 3. In race 6, make the jockey Sofia Barandella on the 1. There will be a jockey change on the 5 to be announced. And we're hearing now that it's Eduardo Gallardo on the 5. Gallardo on the 5, Barandella on the 1, and that is in race 6. As I mentioned, race 7, 5 furlongs on the main track. Main track, race 7, 5 furlongs. And in the 7th race, we do have a couple of scratches. With those scratches, there'll be no superfecta. 5 furlongs on the main track with the scratch of the 3, Miami Crockett, and the 6, Samurai Mike. Main track, 5 furlongs, no super. Take out 3 and 6 in race 7. Race 8, our only quarter horse race of the evening. Take out the 1, Cynthia Parker. No super after the scratch of the 1 in race 8. Up next, everything that's important going on here at this beautiful racetrack. We now bring in Angela Herman and Mr. Jeff Madej.
Well, good evening and welcome to Canterbury Park. It's old school post time, 7 o'clock. I absolutely love night racing. Now, before we jump into that, though, keep in mind that race 7, because it will be dark by then, is off the turf. Race 7, off the turf. The earlier turf race, though, will be run on a good turf course. The rest of the races on a fast track. Love night racing. This is like what we used to do. We'd run at 7 o'clock. You'd get home about midnight. The night creatures, when those lights come on, the night creatures, it's a whole different vibe here at Canterbury Park. So 7 o'clock, I absolutely love it. Ange, your thoughts?
I remember them fondly, yeah. Thursdays and Fridays, 7 o'clock. We had live music, Buck Night. Yeah, it is hopping in the time machine a little bit for both tonight and tomorrow night. We are going to start at 7 o'clock in an observation of how hot it is outside. So we're going to push post time back a little bit later. One race each night is set to come off the turf now because of the lack of lighting on the turf course. But really, other than that, we have a lot of rider changes tonight, but not a whole bunch of scratches. And we have one quarter horse race to end things off, too. We got a play of the night coming up in that. But this is the time every week. This is the start of a new racing week when we've got to take a look at how things are shaking down with the riders and with the trainers. Now, the jockeys race is getting interesting because we have so many changes tonight, and now there's going to be a couple of these guys who aren't in the saddle tonight. Lindy Wade is in Chicago. He's going to be riding Charlie's Penny coming up a little bit later, and Alonzo Quinones is off his mounts as well tonight. You're going to see Gallardo pick up a lot of mounts, and he has made his way up to third in the standings. Of course, Harry Hernandez has led pretty much every step after opening weekend, and Lindy Wade's still staying on his heels, though, just 4 behind. Lindy Wade, again, in Chicago tonight. We'll be back riding again this weekend.
Right. Harry was suspended last week for the early part of the week for an Iowa riding incident that gave Lindy the opportunity to gain a little ground.
Right.
Now, Lindy, I think he abandoned 3 races here to go down to ride stakes-winning Charlie's Penny, a Minnesota bred that's probably the fastest of the fast. We don't want to get into festival day, but Cupid's Crush and Charlie's Penny head-to-head down the lane, that is going to be must-see horse racing.
Wow.
What about the trainers? Look at this.
I know. Look at this. I know Jose Silva has made his way up into second, passed up Mac Robertson, but Jose Silva has brought a lot more horses to this meet this year. They're a very active claiming barn. The horses have run quite a bit at this meet and done very well, no matter really what spots he's putting them in. He's moving them up and down the class ladder and just finding good spots for his horses. As you can see, still 6 behind Joel Burnt, but that barn typically gets off to a very fast start at the meet, and 2023 has been no exception. 22 wins and leading the way in the trainers race.
Did want to welcome the new jockey to the colony, an apprentice named Serafin Carmona. He's got 1 mount tonight, and he'll ride one for Mac Robertson on Saturday. So the jockey colony continues to deepen. We've got a contest tonight, a handicapping contest. You can play it on Express Bet on your phone while you're here, or if you're watching outside of Minnesota, you can play it from wherever you're at, from the comfort of your lazy boy if you would like to. It's a $40 contest. 20 is the entry fee. 20 is your live bankroll where you're making win-place wagers. You get all that money back if you happen to cash, and all the entry fees go to pay for the prizes. And the prize is a $300 entry to an August 12th contest. So it's a lot of fun. We've had some good participation, get a number of winners every week, get to use your handicapping skills. You've done the work already. You might as well jump into this. Express Bet. Go to the tournament page, find out all the information that you need. Now, you did mention, Ange, that it's hot. Before we talk about horses, what do analysts do to handle the heat? What do the analysts do? I mean, are you pumped up on Gatorade?
If I pumped up on Gatorade, yes, yeah. Yeah, hydrate a little bit extra. If you're Kevin or you're Paul, you walk right into the cooler that's down the hall, lock yourself in there for about 5-10 seconds,
I did
come
find
back
Paul's,
out.
We've got a beer cooler, folks, down the hallway in the Dark Star Press
Open
box.
the door.
The door opened up the other day, and Paul was in there. Unbelievable. There he is with the kegs of beer.
Right. You'll find Mick Ultra and you'll find Paul Allen. You just never know what's going to be behind the door of a cooler here, I guess. That's how we prepare for it. But a whole different regimen of how you get a horse prepared to race in this kind of heat. There's just a lot that goes into a lot more than you might imagine. And Valerie Lund, I understand, tells us a little bit more about what they do.
Yeah, we talked to Val. Let's take a look at that now. She trains a barn of more than 20 horses. She, of course, is the trainer of the now retired Hall of Famer, Mr. Jägermeister. What do you do differently, or what in general do trainers do differently to get ready for this heat?
Well, always we have fans going, and what I do personally is I cut back their training, so I'm not training as hard when it's really hot. We might just jog instead of putting a strong gallop into them. If it's very hot, we don't breeze. We feed electrolytes every day, so that's important, but we want to make sure that the horses get enough water, especially right after a race. We want to make sure that they get water on them and in them. And just be very cautious, just like you would if you were out. Make sure you stay hydrated, and as much as you can, stay in the shade.
All right, that's the word from Valerie Lund. Safety is always important. It is regardless of the temperature, but we take extra precautions when it's going to get super hot.
Thanks for your time, Val, and thanks for interviewing her, Jeff. A little insight on how you handle a Minnesota summer with a racehorse. We appreciate her time, and we'll try to keep everybody safe, healthy, and happy on the racetrack, including the play of the day. You got to wait till the end of the card to get to him. But Louis Blue is going to be my play of the day tonight to break her maiden in our final race of the night. It's a quarter horse 300-yard dash. There is a scratch out of here, but she drew favorably against a field that she's seen a lot of in the past. Louis Blue has seemed to find maybe 1 or 2 horses along the way of trying to break her maiden that have been too difficult at this level, it appears that she's found a field that both she's familiar with and for the most part that she's beaten in the past. That's why she is the play of the day in the 8th. Number 4, Louis Blue.
Yeah, I'd like to see Brianna McDaniel win a race tonight. And she's got 2 horses in there. I might actually box the 2 of them just in case. What do you think of that?
And it's going to be a very popular
It's an
play.
enhanced play of the day is what it is.
That's true. That's true. 2 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason you can't take Ange's information and use it to your benefit in any way that you see, because there's some serial wagers, pick 3s, etc., that conclude in that race. So I think that's an important race, and we know that our pick 5 with a 10% takeout and our pick 4, post-time pick 4, pays well. They paid really well. So those are bets you're going to want to get involved in. Take the information we give you, cash for size, and you're back tomorrow when we race again at 7 o'clock. Corgis. Huh.
Corgis.
Wow,
They're
72
back.
of them. 72 Corgis on Sunday.
My goodness. I mean, that's definitely going to be highest field size in the country for you Corgi connoisseurs. But that is coming up on Sunday in between the horse races. That's Sunday the 30th. We have Corgis. We still have Dachshunds to come. We have seen Bulldogs. We have seen Basset Hounds. The Corgis get their turn this Sunday. Remember, we will start at 1 o'clock. That's the plan at the moment. Tomorrow, we will come back at 7 o'clock. But we've got to get back to Lindy Wade real quick and what time they can watch Charlie's Penny. You know, we have a simulcast center here too. You might want to stay indoors, get some of that AC, or at least take a break in the AC for a while. Why not make some money at Hawthorne? Charlie's Penny and Lindy Wade are going to try to team up and bring some money back to Minnesota. What time can you watch and bet?
That race goes at about 7:50 at Hawthorne. It's race number 7, so just go see your teller and make your wager. But, you know, this is a Minnesota bred who extremely talented. She was on the Kentucky Oaks Trail until she was injured. That is in her 3-year-old years. So this is a horse with a lot of talent, a Minnesota bred, and that kind of shows you what's happened over the last 10 or 12 years, where the breeding, the quality of the horses bred in the state has just gotten that much better.
Yeah, absolutely. And Charlie's Penny is a shining example of that. And how well she has fared against open company just, gives you confidence when she's going to a spot down at Hawthorne. She fits that race pretty well. And there are still bigger spots ahead for Charlie's Penny, but she's got an awful lot of ability. Fast little gray filly. And if you hear a lot of noise coming from the press box, she's probably storming down the lane at Hawthorne, and we're rooting right along with her. So good luck to her. Good luck to you, Lindy. And we got to get to race 1. Kevin is waiting in the wings eagerly to go through the first and the post-time pick 4.
He will. He's going to. And I saw what you did there. You got shiny and penny into the same sentence. That is a professional.
Like
You're
that?
1/3 of the steam team with Paul and Kevin. When Kevin's ready, he's going to jump in here. He's going to analyze this first race, and then he'll be back after the post parade. He'll dope out that post-time pick 4. Kevin, are you out there?
As you can see in the paddock, we're going to let these horses stay in the shade a little longer, so they won't be parading out quite as early for race number 1 here. And welcome to Canterbury. Welcome to another night at the races on the heels of a pick 5 that paid over $32,000 on Sunday. You see my selections up on the board, and you can tell by the wagering here, one of those small fields that's kind of wide open. And the betting's kind of all over the board. I'm going to go a little bit deeper on my pick 4 ticket, which we'll get to when the horses come on the track. But let's take a look at the field from the inside out. We'll start with the 1 horse, who is Bailout Keela. 3rd time off the layoff for Tim Padilla. In good form so far this season. Has a win by over 5 lengths, and then a good second last time against St. Serena, who's a multiple winner here at the meet. This is a major contender here. I don't love the post, but boy, the horse is sure sharp right now. She is in good form. I'd have a hard time putting together an exacta or trifecta here in the first without the 1 somewhere on the ticket. Should get a great trip near the pace. Needs to break out on, in good form and in a good spot. The only thing that might be a little bit of a red flag is you got a 1 for 16 horse with 9 seconds and 2/3. So she tends to hang around a little bit, but I think she'll be there. She'll be in the mix when they hit the wire, no doubt. Number 2 is Joe Mama Sassy. Eduardo Gallardo gets the mount here, 7-1. She last time out was facing similar competition and was in the race, was in a good spot, and then just faded. Now, she was chasing some fast fractions. That's part of the story. And maybe she can work out a better trip here Gallardo's been riding with such confidence. Super impressed with him in the saddle of late. Up next is number 3, Spoiled Brat. Spoiled Brat, 7-2 right now at Bridgemahan. She tried stakes competition. That's a long ways from a $7,500 maiden. So they think they've got a nice horse, and I give them credit for taking a shot last time, but probably in well over her head. She's got great early foot, but she doesn't need the lead. When she broke her maiden 2 back, she sat professionally off a 21 and change quarter mile and then just pounced like a good thing. If she can run back to that race, she could be a major player here. Spoiled Brat is 7-2. I'm on the 4, and the more I looked at this race, the more I saw a lot of pace. I mentioned the 1's got speed, the 2 can chase, the 3 is speedy. When we get to the 5, she's all speed. So I was looking for a horse that could get a trip, that could sit off the pace. Now, on paper, no doubt, Sense of Flurry's up against it. Her last 2 buyer figures are a 29 and a 40, well below the contenders. I mean, the 5 horse is coming off a 72. But she's going to get a trip. I think she's going to trip out nicely. She's going to be sitting back 4, 5, 6, 7 lengths off what could be a very hot pace. She's not the most likely winner, but I think she's offering some value. And so if you're going to put together some exotic wagers, give the 4 a little bit of a look. In my opinion, the horse to beat is the 5, Ghost of Genevieve. The outside post in this race helps, and she's towards the outside, and that's going to give the jockey here, Carlo Lopez, a chance to pick and choose whether he wants to go or sit just off. That 72 last time was legit. She lost by a nose against a really nice horse, and if she runs back to that, they're all running for second. She's just quicker on paper, and I think, without a doubt, the most likely winner in this race is the 5. I'm surprised right now that she's 7-2. That's a bit of a misnomer. I think that price will change as we get closer to post time. A must-use, in my opinion, on all tickets is Ghost of Genevieve. Now, Chocolate Freckles is one of those sneaky price horses that probably drifts up from 4-1 by the time we get to the race. And if she can sit off the pace, I think she's got a chance to do some damage. She comes out of longer races. Her last 3 races, 2 on the turf and 1 on the main track, all give her the chance now to cut back in distance, and she is now to 5.5, and maybe sit mid-pack and pounce. She's got enough natural speed to stay within touch of this field, and if she can adapt her style to a race now that's much shorter than she's been running in, then she's got a chance. And last year, when you go back in the past performances, one of her career best efforts was in October of 2022 at Zia, and she crushed a maiden field at this exact distance. So there is some hope there, and she is a nice price at 4-1. I've got the race 4, 5, and 1. We're going to get a chance to see these horses in the paddock, and a lot of them have been sprayed down, so you're going to look and see, my goodness, this horse looks washed out. A lot of times they're just trying to keep these horses a little extra cool. On the front side of the track here, we've got a nice amount of shade, especially in deep stretch, and that'll get bigger and better as the night goes on, as it starts to cool off after peaking in the mid-90s here earlier today. We're going to race at 7 tonight. We're going to race at 7 o'clock tomorrow night to make sure a bulk of our races are in the cooler weather here in the dog days of summer. Horses are behaving well on a warm night. You don't want to see anybody expending too much energy, and so far, watching these ladies leave the saddling enclosure, now come out to the paddock, they're all well within themselves, so to speak, and really interesting betting race, and such a key race in terms of that pick 4, because if you're going to hit the pick 4, how deep do you go here? I wouldn't be surprised if some people hit the all button here. I'm going to use half the field. I'm going to use 3 horses when we get to my ticket, but a very competitive race. It's race number 1. It starts the post time pick 4, and I'll be with you once we get these horses on the track to take you through my ticket. My ticket tonight's an $18 play, so it's a smaller ticket. Enjoy taking a look at the horses in the paddock. We've handicapped from top to bottom. I'll be back in a few minutes when the horses get on the track with my pick 4 ticket. Enjoy Canterbury. Lots of great places to enjoy the races, indoors and out. And have a great time doing it tonight, folks. Horses are coming onto the track for tonight's first race. Main track fast, turf course is good. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and the post-time pick 4. Post-time pick 4 time here. I'll have a ticket for you in a few moments. Stay tuned. All right, folks, pick 4 time. As I mentioned, you can use as many as you want here in the first. Looks like one of the more competitive races of the night. I'm going to use 1, 4, and 5. 4 being my top pick, who I think will benefit from what could be a hot pace. 5 is absolutely the horse to beat here in my mind if you're looking at going with less horses. Leg 2, I'm going to use the 1 and the 4, Thrill Ride and Single Me Out. Kierkegaard not on my ticket, but I could certainly be talked into adding the 5 in race 2 if you wanted to add another horse. Race 3, 1 and 6. I like Scatamaran a lot tonight. I was close to trying to single that horse, but I do respect the speed of Halo's Laddie to the outside. Final leg 3, 4, and 5, led by Casino Queen. 1, 4, 5 with 1, 4 with 1, 6 with 3, 4, 5. As I mentioned, it's an $18 ticket. Pick 4s and pick 5s have the 10% takeout. They've been overpaying. It's worth your time to put a ticket in. You can play mine. You can modify it. And hopefully you'll have some good luck. Enjoy the night. Enjoy that pick 4. It starts in 3 minutes.
They're at the gate, and it is post time. The first of 8 this evening. And they're racing. Good start to begin this sweltering Wednesday in Shakopee. And a really good start for Ghost of Genevieve. Ghost of Genevieve is to the inside of Chocolate Freckles. And 5 and 6 run 2.5 lengths clear from Joe Mama Sassy. Then we come back to Bailout Keela, about 3-4 lengths clear from Spoiled Brat. And the one in last is Sense of Fury, 10 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn, inside Ghost of Genevieve. Outside Chocolate Freckles, nearly on even terms. Now 8 lengths away from Bailout Keela. And then another conspicuous gap to Spoiled Brat, about 13 out of it. Sense of Fury to the outside of that one. And Joe Mama Sassy goes back to last. And Ghost of Genevieve is trying to put away Chocolate Freckles. Ghost of Genevieve now having to deal with Bailout Keela, and they're into the final 150, and Bailout Keela is as hot as the weather right now, surging right by. Bailout Keela, 2.5 to 1 prevails. It's 1-5-6 in race 1. Number 1, Bailout Keela, ran first. It's 1-5-6 and a 4th place photo. Wednesdays at Canterbury are provided by Michelob Ultra. We also thank Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Loeffler, the Minnesota Lottery, and Pepsi. Spoiled Brat 4th. Welcome to our featured groups. They include CHS Hedging, BDO, Think Great, Dakin Applied, and Kyle Evenson. Zygent Solutions, the Deloitte Team Event, RX Landscape, Steve's Bachelor Party, Lake States Lumber Association Summer Meeting, the BGM Group Corporate Family Outing, and Culver's Apple Valley. Welcome to CBY. The first race is official. First trifecta, $8 and a nickel. First superfecta, top 4 finishers in a given race paid $4.52. And our first exacta got you a little over 6 to 1. Race number 2 is about 20 minutes from now, courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. And into the winner's enclosure, Bailout Kila and Constantino Roman. Pete Matson is the winning owner and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. This is a 4-year-old Bay filly by Kila out of Bailout Bailey. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. Pete Matson. Our next taste of Canterbury, which is quite enticing and popular, is Saturday, August 5th. It is Whiskey and Wings. If you're interested, Saturday racing at 5, Whiskey and Wings, August 5th. CanterburyPark.com/events.
We now direct your attention to the winner's circle for a very special presentation brought to you by the Minnesota Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Agency. Aaron Rodriguez is our Groom of the Week. Back in 2009, Aaron Rodriguez walked into the Brunel Roan barn looking for work. The Hall of Fame trainer hired him on the spot, and 14 years later still counts on Aaron as one of his key people. According to the veteran conditioner, Aaron is the first to arrive at the barn every morning and the last to leave every afternoon. Recently, the barn was short-staffed, and Aaron immediately stepped on to take on all of the extra duties. In addition to his reliability and fantastic work ethic, Aaron is also a natural around the horses. Congratulations, Aaron Rodriguez. You are the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week.
And they're racing. Good start to begin this sweltering Wednesday in Shakopee, and a really good start for Ghost of Genevieve. Ghost of Genevieve is to the inside of Chocolate Freckles, and 5 and 6 run 2.5 lengths clear from Joe Mama Sassy. Then we come back to Bailout Kila, about 3-4 lengths clear from Spoiled Brat. And the one in last is Sense of Fury, 10 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn, inside Ghost of Genevieve. Outside Chocolate Freckles, nearly on even terms. Now 8 lengths away from Bailout Kila. And then another conspicuous gap to Spoiled Brat, about 13 out of it. Sense of Fury to the outside of that one. And Joe Mama Sassy goes back to last. And Ghost of Genevieve is trying to put away Chocolate Freckles. Ghost of Genevieve now having to deal with Bailout Kila, and they're into the final 150, and Bailout Kila is as hot as the weather right now, surging right by. Bailout Kila, 2.5 to 1 prevails. It's 1-5-6 in race 1.
Trainer Tim Padilla having another great season at Canterbury. Good to see the local guy doing well. He gets the win in race 1 with Constantino Roman in the saddle. Bailout Keela saves the best for last to get the money. And here we go now, race 2, the boys battling at 6 furlongs. And this is how I fell in love with horse racing back in the Downs days in the mid-'80s. These claiming races where you get to see these hard-knocking horses come back every 14 to 21 days and just get after it. These are really fun handicapping puzzles and some terrific horses. We'll start with Thrill Ride, the one for Joel Burnt. Constantino Roman looks to sweep the double in the saddle. 8-5 morning line, off a win, slight dip in class, has good stalking speed, so lots of positives. The only question I had was the class drop off a win, but right now, this late in the meet, not as much claiming going on in the back end of the season. Joel Burnt so very sharp, you have to trust him, and he's 5-2 here with Thrill Ride. Put Gallardo in the saddle here for number 2, Unleash the Beast. 9 career wins at Canterbury, 14 career wins overall, and maybe the speed of the speed for Troy Bethke. I've been talking all meet about Eduardo Gallardo, really talented rider, seems to be getting better each and every year out here, and he's great with horses like this that can maybe dictate the pace on the front end. If they let this horse loose, look out. 7-2 on Unleash the Beast. Number 3 is Extreme Mayhem. Luis Valenzuela for Esteban Martinez. Off since May, so a little bit of a red flag with the layoff because when you come to Canterbury, you're here to race. They raced way back on opening weekend. We haven't seen this horse since. Now, physically out here, looks just fine. In fact, it's got lots of energy. But with that layoff, I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach with the 3. 4 is my top pick. I'm going to try Single Me Out and Double H. Edgar Espinoza, the conditioner. I don't like the 4 for 42. That, to me, is a little pesky on the win side, but I think this horse gets a really good stalking trip right off the 2 and gets first run, and Double H, I think, will be hungry for some wins here this weekend. I thought the horse to beat might be on the outside. Kierkegaard's such a nice horse. Carlo Lopez is the jockey. Tony Rengsdorf is the conditioner. Get this, 15 career starts at this track and 12 for 15 in the trifecta. One of those horses that if you're going to do the exotic wagers, exactas or tries, I thought the 5 was an absolute must-use, and I love that outside attack post. So I thought the 5 looked terrific down here as well in the walking ring. They're all behaving great in this heat, but the 5 just stands out as the best-looking horse in the paddock to me. Really good race here. Claimers going 6 furlongs. The meat and potatoes of the game are these hard-knocking Claimers. Love to see them out here on this sultry Wednesday night in Shakopee. Race 2 coming up and coming at you soon. Don't forget, the First Bet app is the preferred app of all of us up in the press box. It's this simple. Download the app. Deposit money. You'll never wait in line. You can bet wherever you are at the racetrack, and when you win, you can take that money right out. The First Bet app, the preferred app of all the sharps in the press box. Here comes the combatants for race number 2. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
As the 5 for race 2 make their way onto the track with 6 minutes to post, we want to remind you of a few things coming up here at Canterbury still in August. August 4th Get the Let Out comes to Canterbury Park. That's one of a few remaining acts on Canterbury's Concerts at the Park lineup. Remember, we've still got Smash Mouth and the Spin Doctors a week later and Randy Houser in September. Check out the dates and get your tickets at canterburypark.com. The night after Get the Let Out, we've got a Taste of Canterbury event. Whiskey and Wings comes to the third level. That's on the clubhouse level. You get food and beverage pairings along with cocktail samplings of whiskey and wings. Savor the flavor of Taste of Canterbury with a third of our 4 themed events. That's going on Saturday, August 5th. And then on the 6th, we bring you dessert after we bring you whiskey and wings, coffee, chocolate, and cupcakes on Sunday, August 6th. We've got tastings and culinary experiences from Minnesota local sweets and treats vendors. Explore and experience new flavors and go-to spots for your next dessert craving. Breakfast on the Rail is going on a week later on August 12th. If you missed the first one, check out the second one on Saturday, August 12th from 7 to 10 a.m. You get a trackside breakfast, check out the horses training, and get exclusive views of the morning routine at Canterbury with Breakfast on the Rail. More information on all these events, how you can get your tickets, and more at canterburypark.com/events.
They're at the gate, and it is now race time. Ladies and gentlemen, a late scratch in race 2, scratch number 3, Extreme Mayhem. With that scratch relegated to 4, which means no trifecta or show wagering on this, the second race. So refunds available for all trifectas and all show wagers. With number 3, Extreme Mayhem, refunds available right now for win place, show, exacta, trifecta, double wagers beginning with race 2, and pick 3 and or pick 4 wagers head to the starting favorite. There will be a consolation double paid from Bailout Kila, the winner of race 1, to the scratched Extreme Mayhem. Number 3, a late scratch, no trifecta or show wagering in race 2, and the horses are milling about a good 50 yards behind the gate. So if you would like to re-wager after getting your refund, you can do it, but you should do it right now. Head to the windows right now. The race will take off in a few minutes. Back to the gate for race 2. Thrill Ride, Unleash the Beast. Single Me Out, and Kierkegaard. That 8-year-old, the last in line. 4 veterans set to battle, all 8 years of age. And they're racing. Unleash the Beast unleashes the speed out of the starting gate, and Kierkegaard is close handy. After that, Single Me Out to the outside of Thrill Ride, attempting to win 2 in a row. So we have 2 packs of 2 with 4.5 to go, and up top, number 2, Unleash the Beast, pulls them along by a head. Outside of that is Kierkegaard, sticking to the Beast, about 3 lengths clear from Thrill Ride. Then it's Single Me Out, now 7 lengths from the lead, and with 3 furlongs to travel, Kierkegaard makes his move on Unleash the Beast. Kierkegaard, blue blinkers, the Beast the inside. Thrill Ride getting a terrific trip, if good enough, 5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Single Me Out. And Kierkegaard takes the lead and runs away by 1. Kierkegaard from Unleash the Beast, Thrill Ride, and Single Me Out into the final furlong. It is Kierkegaard showing the way and pulling away, and Kierkegaard has a 3-length lead on Unleash the Beast and Thrill Ride, and Kierkegaard and Carlo Lopez prevail by 5. Number 5, Kierkegaard, ran first. It is 5-1-2-4 in race number 2 with the scratch of Extreme Mayhem. Remember, pick 4 and pick 3 wagers shift to the starting favorite, who was the winner, Kierkegaard. We had a claim in race number 2. Stand by. The second race is official. The victorious Kierkegaard was claimed by trainer Gary Shear for $7,500. The new owners, Road Trip Racing. The victorious Kierkegaard claimed $7,500. Shear, Road Trip. Race 3 is 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. This begins our 50-cent pick 5 on races 3 through 7. The pick 5 with the 10% takeout, that's a nation low, on races 3 through 7. Into the winner's circle, it's Kierkegaard and Carlo Lopez. The winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff, and the winning owners, Rocket Wrench Racing and Justin Rivak. It's Kierkegaard. Race 3 at Canterbury is courtesy of Michelob Ultra and Ashley Home Store. It's located right across the street from Canterbury, and Canterbury Park patrons receive exclusive discounts at Ashley Home Store. Third race, 20 minutes from now. Bet more, win more. And they're racing. Unleash the Beast unleashes the speed out of the starting gate, and Kierkegaard is close handy. After that, Single Me Out to the outside of Thrill Ride, attempting to win 2 in a row. So we have 2 packs of 2 with 4.5 to go, and up top, number 2, Unleash the Beast, pulls them along by a head. Outside of that is Kierkegaard, sticking to the Beast, about 3 lengths clear from Thrill Ride. Then it's Single Me Out, now 7 lengths from the lead, and with 3 furlongs to travel, Kierkegaard makes his move on Unleash the Beast. Kierkegaard, blue blinkers, the Beast the inside. Thrill Ride getting a terrific trip if good enough, 5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Single Me Out. And Kierkegaard takes the lead and runs away by 1. Kierkegaard from Unleash the Beast, Thrill Ride, and Single Me Out into the final furlong. It is Kierkegaard showing the way and pulling away, and Kierkegaard has a 3-length lead on Unleash the Beast and Thrill Ride, and Kierkegaard and Carlo Lopez prevail by 5.
Oh, Kierke, Kevin's friend Kierkegaard gets into the winner's circle. Now, third race at 5.5. We got more speedy sprinters of the state bred variety. As long as I'm on an S streak, I guess. They all seek their second win. Scatamaran is my choice in here. The very speedy Scatamaran drew the rail today. He comes off the turf course. He was sixth that day, but he was behind his stablemate St. Charles, who's had quite a season for himself. And Scatamaran chased for a little bit, but they were pretty fast fractions. Now he gets back and makes a big drop in class and goes back to state bred company. Last time we saw him doing it, he was against allowance foes. That was in his seasonal debut up here. That one didn't go so well either, but it was a very live race. You can see a lot of repeat winners out of that first try that he had this year. 9-5 the price on Scatamaran. I think he can take him all the way, but he'll probably have a challenge on his hands in the form of Quarantina Bambino. The only time the source won, he went wire to wire. He broke very well that day, and he broke well last time, but that was another group of allowance foes. Yo Dog is one of those names that you see that came back to win out of the aforementioned Scatamaran race. He took that one just by a neck over Happy Hour Bobby, but there were some tough customers in that group, and Quarantina Bambino was making a very ambitious seasonal debut. He is dropping to this level now. He will probably be your favorite right now. He is 7-5, just slightly favored over Scatamaran. Stun Gun comes from way off the pace, and that should be to his benefit. Should Quarantina Bambino, Scatamaran, and a couple others to the outside all tie up on the front end. This horse is always coming at the end, and last time that got him a second place finish behind Holden Tight. This will be his third start of the year, too. Stun Gun probably coming up to one of his best yet. 9-2 is the price that you get on this closing son of law enforcement. Heavenly Gazebo has some speed too. Heavenly Gazebo landed to the outside of the favored inside two speed runners, and Heavenly Gazebo is dropping for the second time to this level. He made that first drop last time, and it didn't really improve the result all that much. He did stay closer in the early going, got pretty gassed out in about the last eighth of a mile. Heavenly Gazebo is also making his third start of the year, and that could be beneficial for him at 16-1. 10-1 is the price on JJ's Wildcat, and JJ's Wildcat is a horse I'd put right on top if it was a couple of years ago. Since 2021, his starts just haven't stacked up to those previous ones, and they've been at different class levels, including this one on June 25th. JJ's Wildcat used to show more speed than he's had in his most recent couple of starts, but from the outside, maybe with Laura, maybe they team up and find some of those old legs. He is drawn advantageously to go up and push the pace along, and he will be a much better price than anyone to his inside, and currently sits on the board at 9-1. Halo's Laddie has also shown some speed recently, too. He's taken a few swings at this level, was only a couple of lengths behind Stun Gun, but prior to that, he was also behind Stun Gun. Needs to figure that one out and how to hold him off late, and it might not be an easy task with all of the pace that's lined up to his left. Halo's Laddie will be a healthy price, though, and right now, he's 7-1. They go 5.5 in approximately 8 minutes. You'll get a power play coming up soon for the third race, and lots of betting options to go with it. Right now, you got some horses on the inside taking a lot of money, and they should probably throughout. That's Scatamaran and Quarantina Bambino. I will take the rail drawn of those two, and we will hear from Kevin shortly with the power play.
All right, fans, welcome up to the press box. We get set for the power play tonight. It's going to happen in race 7. Do note that race is on the main track. Doesn't matter for this horse. I think this horse was good to go either way. It's the 7. And let's take a look inside the past performances, see what we can glean. First of all, we're going to take a look at the numbers this year. This horse is sharp right now. 9 starts this year, 7 for 9 in the top 3 placings. Good at Canterbury. We're going to go back and watch this race in a second here, but I really like the win off the claim. They bumped this horse up in class, but this is what I wanted to show you. Gabriel Silva doing a heck of a job off a claim. 45% ROI, $6.64 for every dollar bet on him in this scenario. And we'll go back to this race, and you're going to see racehorse time. 22 flat to the opening quarter, and they didn't slow down. They kept going. In fact, they were sub 45 to the half mile, ding-donging, putting a big gap between themselves and the rest of the field. And this is our horse, Gentleman's Secret, who just keeps going and churning and grinding and eventually going to get the win by about a head on the wire. But I really like the way this horse is going right now. Sharp, has speed, versatile horse, outside post today. We're not going to get the 5-1 morning line because of the scratches, but we are going to get around 5-2, and we are going to win. We're going to shoot and score with the power play. And we'll segue from the power play right into the pick 5. And the pick 5 paid over $32,000 on Sunday. It's a 10% takeout. And we're going to single our power play in the back end of this. In this race, we're going to use 1, 2, and 6. Listen, the 1 is the favorite, and I like the 1. I don't love the 1. That horse on the screen right there also now battling for favoritism, and I wouldn't sleep on the 6. If the 6 can get loose, that's a long shot that's worth a look in the pick 5. Leg 2, 3, 4, and 5, those are the prime contenders there. 5th race, we're going to try to get Grundini home. Grunder, the 2 horse at 5-1. Also Calico Joe, the 7. Those are the top players for me. 5, 7, and 8 in the 6th race. All those horses make a ton of sense. Som Tequila, the 5, is going to be tough. And then we'll try to get to the last race and be singled to the power play. Gentleman's Secret with Luis Valenzuela. It's only a $27 ticket. Now, is this ticket going to pay $32,000? No chance. Not that kind of card. But if we get just one upset along the way, this thing could pay close to $500, $600, $700. And again, it's only a $27 investment. The pick 5 starts in 2 minutes. Play my ticket, modify it. Either way, you can't win it if you don't get it. So get those bets in now, and please don't get shut out.
One minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate.
It's post time.
Into the gate they go for the 3rd. Quarantina Bambino, 7-5. Scatamaran, 8-5. Halo's Laddie, last in line. Here comes the six-pack. And they're racing. Tough beginning for Stun Gun, pinched back to last. Scatamaran and Quarantina Bambino fly out of the gate. Heavenly Gazebos attempting to join the two-horse speed battle fray. And right behind them, JJ's Wildcat. Then it's Halo's Laddie, and Stun Gun is 13 lengths from it, and it belongs to Scatamaran. And Scatamaran trying to scoot clear by multiple lengths. Scatamaran currently leads it by nearly 2, with Quarantina Bambino shoving all in. Behind that one is Heavenly Gazebo, in need of perhaps divine intervention to win race number 3. Then we come to JJ's Wildcat, a robust 7 behind Scatamaran, and Scatamaran trying to give them the slip. Quarantina Bambino to the inside. JJ's Wildcat still in with a puncher's chance. Scatamaran slowing down. Quarantina Bambino tags the favorite at the wire. Number 2, Quarantina Bambino first. 2153 and 106.45, and it's unofficial. And race number 3 is official. On to the 4th. It's about 20 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, Quarantina Bambino and Eddie G. Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson. And the winning trainer, Nate Quinones. Racing. Tough beginning for Stun Gun, pinched back to last. Scatamaran and Quarantina Bambino fly out of the gate. Heavenly Gazebos attempting to join the two-horse speed battle fray, and right behind them, JJ's Wildcat. Then it's Halo's Laddie, and Stun Gun is 13 lengths from it, and it belongs to Scatamaran. And Scatamaran trying to scoot clear by multiple lengths. Scatamaran currently leads it by nearly 2, with Quarantina Bambino shoving all in. Behind that one is Heavenly Gazebo, in need of perhaps divine intervention to win race number 3. Then we come to JJ's Wildcat, a robust 7 behind Scatamaran. And Scatamaran trying to give them the slip. Quarantina Bambino to the inside. JJ's Wildcat still in with a puncher's chance. Scatamaran slowing down. Quarantina Bambino tags the favorite at the wire.
Another good finish down to the line. Quarantina Bambino gets up. The fourth is on the turf. So our only turf race of the night. We go 5 furlongs. We got 5 aboard and a couple of mares from the Silva stable, and one of them's on the inside. She's my pick. She's got her work cut out for her. She has to beat a field that has a cumulative, I believe, 27 wins between them, and Curious Ingy just has 2, but she is on the cutback. And the last time that we saw her going 7.5 on the turf down at Turf Paradise, she did pass some horses. Usually this one shows more speed, but on the cutback you would think that the 3 speedsters who were outside would set things up pretty nicely for her. Valenzuela will be on the saddle on this one. She's 6-1 at the moment, and she does have a very speedy stablemate towards the outside to maybe help things along, but Lady Claire, now ridden by Gallardo, will not be helping that along. This one's been going a lot more ground lately. The last time that we saw her in October of last year, she was in a stake at Arapahoe and she was going 1.70 miles, but she has ventured over this turf course before, but it's been longer. She was 9th in the last time that she was over the Canterbury grass in September, but Lady Claire again is on a cutback. She's 12-1. Thought maybe she would need this one to maybe get the dust off. It's been a while since we've seen her, and maybe a longer race down the road would be more for her. Casino Queen has a whole bunch of speed. She, Chive Up, and Where's Frankie, all very much with designs on going right to the front. Casino Queen can sit just off the pace if need be. That's what she did last time, but she backed up a little bit in the lane. That was against a classier group, though. Now she gets in against 7,500s, and that should help things along. Casino Queen is a good fit and obviously likes this course a good amount. She's 9 for 34, as you can see. The turf tries haven't gone great in the past, but they haven't gone poorly either. In fact, at Remington last September, she was less than a length away from victory at over 7-1. And Casino Queen is still running very well at the age of 7. Like you said, 9 for 34. She's just a plain old racehorse. And Casino Queen will be probably in a duel from the start with Chive Up and Where's Frankie, or both. Chive Up to her outside is going to try the turf just for the second time in her life. She's by a 10% turf sire in Upstart. Carlo Lopez will take the mount on Chive Up. She was using her speed almost to get the job done last time. Royal Bonus came and caught her. Royal Bonus has won a couple of races at the meet, and it kind of set the table for her as the fractions were very, very fast. Lady Claire hasn't been here in a while, and she's a little riled up for her return to the races. But back to Chive Up, she was a recent claim for Troy Bethke, who has a pair in here himself. Lady Claire was the first. Chive Up is the second, but Chive Up seems a little bit more suited to this sort of race, so give her a few more points from that barn. Where's Frankie on the outside? Good question. Where's she been? We haven't seen her since March. She was a scratch on June 21st out of a different sort of spot, but Where's Frankie has tried the turf and won on the turf before, so at least she's got that in her corner. But it's a lot to ask with the 2 to her inside to take them all the way. She is very, very fast. And you can see she's a tiny little thing, but Where's Frankie? 9 for 30 herself, kind of in the same imprint as Casino Queen. They like what they do, and right now she is your 4 to 5 favorite with about 8 minutes to post. They're heading out to the track right now, and the 5 of them provide you win, play, show, exactas, tries, doubles, and pick 3s to wager on. I'm going to try the inside filly, see if maybe she can't run them all down. Curious Ingy for me, and you get a little more Kevin Gore coming up after the post parade.
There at the starting gate, and it's post time for race number 4. Where's Frankie? 6-5 and favored as the quintet moves into the gate to dash on the turf course listed as good. Lady Claire, the field's lone Minnesotan, has gone in. Here is Casino Queen. Chive up. And where's Frankie? Where's Frankie? Last in. Here they come. And they're racing. And a Lady Claire popped out speedily, but not as fast as Casino Queen. Chive up also on the engine to the inside of Where's Frankie, about a length and a half, 2 from the lead, and 3.5 clear from Lady Claire. And Curious Ingy is 9 lengths rearmost. Into the far turn, they sprint, and Casino Queen is hoping not to go broke. That one's to the inside of Chive Up, about a length out of it, and the rider's all over that one. 5 lengths clear from Where's Frankie, 5-6 lengths from the lead at 8-5, and here they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course, trying to catch the Queen. Casino Queen with a 3.5 length lead. Outside of that is Chive Up. Then it's Where's Frankie with a last gasp effort, but it's way too late. And Casino Queen got that card key to the money room and took down race 4. Number 3, Casino Queen, ran first. Second, number 2, Lady Claire. And a photo for the rest. 58.38 that final time. Hold them all. It is 3-2-5-1. Race 4, official. Post time pick 4, $28.30. Race 5, fast main track. Pick 4, wagering on the final 4 live races tonight. And in race number 5, number 3, West Bay is picked up by Seraphin Carmona. And number 4, Tiger Hunter is now ridden by Kelsey Haar. Scratch number 6, Harmon Killer Brew. They'll be to the gate about 20 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, Casino Queen and Constantino Roman. Casino Queen is owned by Troy Cartmill, and the winning trainer is Mike Beeler. Race 5, courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And they're racing. And a Lady Claire popped out speedily, but not as fast as Casino Queen. Chive Up also on the engine to the inside of Where's Frankie, about a length and a half, 2 from the lead, and 3.5 clear from Lady Claire. And Curious Ingy is 9 lengths rearmost. Into the far turn they sprint, and Casino Queen is hoping not to go broke. That one's to the inside of Chive Up, about a length out of it, and the rider's all over that one. 5 lengths clear from Where's Frankie, 5-6 lengths from the lead at 8-5, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course, trying to catch the Queen. Casino Queen with a 3.5 length lead. Outside of that is Chive Up. Then it's Where's Frankie with a last gasp effort, but it's way too late, and Casino Queen got that card key to the money room and took down race 4. Genevieve is trying to put away Chocolate Freckles. Ghost of Genevieve now having to deal with Bailout Keela, and they're into the final 150, and Bailout Keela is as hot as the weather right now, surging right by. Bailout Keela, 2.5 to 1 prevails. It's 156 in race 1. Ride and Single Me Out into the final furlong. It is Kierkegaard showing the way and pulling away, and Kierkegaard has a 3-length lead on Unleash the Beast and Thrill Ride, and Kierkegaard and Carlo Lopez prevail by 5. Scatamaran, and Scatamaran trying to give them the slip. Quarantina, Bambino to the inside. JJ's Wildcat still in with a puncher's chance. Scatamaran slowing down. Quarantina, Bambino tags the favorite at the wire. On the Canterbury Park turf course, trying to catch the Queen. Casino Queen with a 3.5 length lead. Outside of that is Chive Up. Then it's Where's Frankie with a last gasp effort, but it's way too late. And Casino Queen got that card key to the money room and took down race 4.
Welcome out to the paddock. We get set now for race number 5. Final 4 races on the card. We're halfway home. It's been a little chalky, but there's some buzz down here in the paddock. We've got a jockey making his very first official ride. So welcome on the 3-horse to Serafin Carmona. Carmona gets his first ever ride in the saddle. Should be fun to watch that. Let's handicap the race together. Let's take a look at the combatants here. We'll start on the inside with number 1, Da Ghost. Adamar Santos gets the call here for Bernie Roan. The trainer is a Canterbury Hall of Famer. Boy, the horse makes a nice impression. Good energy out here on this warm summer night. Second time off the layoff. This horse hadn't raced in September. Came back in the middle of June and kind of split a field. That was against tougher competition. Second time off the layoff and feeling frisky down here in the paddock at 5-2. I like the 2 a little bit in this race. This is Grunder. Izzy Hernandez gets the call for Tony Rengsdorf. When a sharp trainer like Rengsdorf makes an equipment change, I pay attention. He puts the blinkers on here, and this is a horse that's been having to do a lot of makeup work in the stretch, getting behind early and trying to make up ground. So the blinkers going on Grunder might be able to keep him in the race a little quicker, get him out there near the front end where you want to be, and Grunder from that post should get a great trip. I think this horse is live at 3-1. Well, let's see what the young jockey gets here. Serafin Carmona's first ever mount will be on West Bay. This horse has raced primarily sprinting at Canterbury, and that's a good thing on the stretch out. This horse, I think, can handle the extra distance, has early speed. We'll see if Mr. Carmona can get out there and try to sneak away on the front end. Kelsey Hart takes the mount on the 4, Tiger Hunter. Third time off the layoff is absolutely a handicapping angle. We've seen Kelsey bring in prices before. This horse is not one to sleep on at 6-1. Number 5 is Past the Cat. This is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. Another horse that's third time off the break. Another horse that's been facing tougher competition. There's a class drop in play. 5 Lakes, a decent impression down here in the paddock as well. My pick in the race will be the 7. I'm going to try Calico Joe for Joel Burnt. Constantino Roman, the pilot, and last time out in the turf, ran a better race than it looks. You're going to look at the final result and see that this horse finished 5th and think, well, what's he talking about? Did all the dirty work go up front, was chasing an opening quarter mile that was 22-3. And if you go back to the dirt races last year, this horse fits well. And I'll tell you this, the 7 looks spectacular down here in the walking ring. I like Calico Joe a lot here. I'm going to key Grunder underneath and try to hit the try in a very entertaining race. And you can see by the betting board, no overwhelming favorite, no overwhelming long shot. So the money kind of spread out. Hit the exacta or the trifecta here, you might make yourself some good cash. We're back tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Don't forget, special post time with the Heat tomorrow at 7. This weekend we go Saturday at 5 and Sunday at 1. When you come to Canterbury, we've got a casino on the main floor, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, food and beverage at your table, and it's air conditioned. We also have great simulcast action right now. Del Mar and Saratoga, the 2 boutique meets in the summer. Come out, play Saratoga, play Del Mar, play horses, play cards, and have the time of your life. It's race 5, it's Canterbury Park, and it's coming up. And it's coming at you next.
And the call to the post brings them onto the track for the 5th race, beginning the second pick 4 tonight at Canterbury Park. Scratch number 6, Harmon Killer Brew. Number 3, West Bay, is ridden by Serafin Carmona. And number 4, Tiger Hunter, is ridden by Kelsey Har. 5 minutes.
As this steamy Wednesday rolls on into the second half of the card, we're going to find an angle in the late pick 4. It starts here in the 5th race, and I got a horse that I want to add in at a price. She's not my top pick, or he is not my top pick, but in this upcoming 5th race, West Bay is a horse that I'm going to be adding into my plays because he's trying a few different things. We'll get to the angle on him right now. West Bay is going to be a long shot right now. He's 8-1, but West Bay is going to try a couple of things. He's going to try a class drop. Last time he was against $20,000 sorts. Today, he's in for $5,000. Now, this Florida bred broke his maiden 2 starts ago. That was on June 14th, and we're going to watch the stretch run of that race because it gives you a little hope that an extra furlong and a half might not bother West Bay the way that he was traveling at the end of his maiden win. Now, that's him. You can see him in that box. That's West Bay on the inside, and this is the position that we're hoping he's in turning for home in this 5th race. He stayed fairly close, but really worked his way up on the turn and got himself into a good spot. And when the opening came, well, you're about to see what happens. West Bay bursts through and breaks his maiden very nicely. Now, this was going 6.5 furlongs. I know it's a whole different game today. This runner has already come back to break his maiden, and West Bay finishes off pretty well going 6.5. Getting down to this level, I don't think it's a whole lot to ask, and this one might be closer to the pace than he was last time around. With a few elements added in together, including the price, this is a horse that's a good add into your late pick 4s, your pick 3s, whatever else you're going to start in the upcoming 5th race. That's the 3 West Bay in the 5th. We're going to talk pick 4 in a sec. And there we go. That's the pick 4 ticket. I went 1, 3, and 7 in the 5th race. I did use West Bay. My top pick, Calico Joe, is 9-5, but Calico Joe, he's getting a little warm on the track, as is DeGhost, but that was a horse that I was very interested in because he's run races that could perform well in here, that could even win it, but they're not consistent. So if DeGhost is feeling like running tonight, he's on the ticket because he's usually a decent number, but so is West Bay, and we'll go 1, 3, and 7. I went 5, 7, and 8. Those are my top picks in the 6th. That one was kind of interesting because Tom Tequila is going to get a new rider, Gallardo, who had ridden him a few times before. They ran 3rd a few times in a row, but have not been at this level. He should probably be, I would guess, the favorite when all is said and done. But Milton Town Big League Benny will be coming from off the pace if things fall apart. Now, the 7th was taken off the turf. We did have a scratch in my top pick, Samurai Mike, as well as Miami Crockett. And I'm hoping that Hit the Seam in 21 and change still do their normal thing and rattle right along. Gentleman's Secret could get a very similar setup as his win on July 13th he was claimed from, but the price probably won't be anywhere close to the 5-1 morning line. Singled in the last race because Louis Blue has faced a lot of these before. He's beaten a lot of these before, and she is making her 7th start in attempt to break the maiden at what I think is a very good fit for her in the last. She'll be a short price, so we'll single her and make a $9 pick 4. If you would like to make a pick 4, you should. You got a couple minutes, but they are making their way towards the gate.
They've reached the gate. It's post time. Two back. Number one to Ghost, causing problems. Flinging rider Adamar Santos. Stand by. One out. Calico Joe and the Hot Jock. There in the gate. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Grunder at 4-1 wins the start, and Grunder is off to the lead. West Bay is heading south as they corner, joining the lead, and in fact is within a half into the inside of Tiger Hunter. The early pace is kind of hot, about 5 lengths from the lead to Ghost, to the inside of Calico Joe, and then we come back to Pass the Cat. And Pass the Cat is last of the 6 and about 8 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they go, race 5, CBY. It is Grunder pulling them along and slowing down on the lead. It's Grunder to the inside of West Bay. Outside of that, Tiger Hunter now makes it a line of 3, and Tiger Hunter is pulling Kelsey Haar right to the lead. 7 lengths behind that, we come back to De Ghost, who's losing ground, overtaken by Calico Joe and Pass the Cat, who's trying to pass De Ghost. Into the far turn, separated by 8, Tiger Hunter is hunting for top prize in race 5. Tiger Hunter to the outside of Grunder, and there's still 5 clear from West Bay, shoved on hard. It's another 3 back to De Ghost, who may be resurgent. Around about the quarter pole, Tiger Hunter desperately trying to put away Grunder, and they're locked in battle. 7 lengths away from West Bay and De Ghost, and they're into the final furlong. It's Grunder on the inside, Tiger Hunter to the outside. These two are throwing blows down to the line together. It's Tiger Hunter, Grunder, resurgent to the inside. Grunder, Tiger Hunter, too tight to call. Noses bobbing at the wire, hold them all. Photo, Humdinger, Moto, hold them all. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 2, Grunder, by a nose. 2415. And the 5th race is official. 2-4 exacta 47.70 for a buck. 50-cent trifecta 241 paid 72.90. That 10-cent superfecta $29.75. Pick 3 paid $30.80. And the double $13.70. In race number 6, number 1 Canonize is picked up by Sofia Barandella. And number 5, Sam Tequila, is ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. To the gate about 20 minutes from now for race number 6. And race 6 is provided by the Minnesota Lottery and Quick Trip. Into the winner's circle, here comes Grunder and Israel Hernandez. The winning owner, Joel Bueno, and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Grunder at 4-1 wins the start, and Grunder is off to the lead. West Bay is heading south as they corner, joining the lead, and in fact is within a half into the inside of Tiger Hunter. The early pace is kind of hot, about 5 lengths from the lead to Ghost, to the inside of Calico Joe, and then we come back to Pass the Cat. And Pass the Cat is last of the 6 and about 8 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they go, race 5 CBY. It is Grunder pulling them along and slowing down on the lead. It's Grunder to the inside of West Bay. Outside of that, Tiger Hunter now makes it a line of 3, and Tiger Hunter is pulling Kelsey Haar right to the lead. 7 lengths behind that, we come back to DeGhost, who's losing ground, overtaken by Calico Joe and Pass the Cat, who's trying to pass DeGhost. Into the far turn, separated by 8, Tiger Hunter is hunting for top prize in race 5. Tiger Hunter to the outside of Grunder, and there's still 5 clear from West Bay, shoved on hard. It's another 3 back to DeGhost, who may be resurgent. Around about the quarter pole, Tiger Hunter desperately trying to put away Grunder, and they're locked in battle. 7 lengths away from West Bay and DeGhost, and they're into the final furlong. It's Grunder on the inside, Tiger Hunter to the outside. These two are throwing blows down to the line together. It's Tiger Hunter, Grunder, resurgent to the inside. Grunder, Tiger Hunter, too tight to call. Noses bobbing at the wire, hold 'em all.
Well, trainer Tony Rengsdorf put the blinkers on. That seemed to work, and what a ride by Izzy Hernandez. You know, when you win a race, it's always a good ride. That was a great ride, though. Got past and then stayed to the task inside to get the nose down and keep our pick 5 alive, but really super impressive to see Izzy Hernandez battle the way he did. Kelsey Haar rode a terrific race, heartbreaking loss for her backers at double-digit odds, too. So the pick 5, even though it started out with a couple of chalks, with an upset there, if you get one more upset in this race, and I think there's potential, it's our biggest field of the night, now you're looking at a pick 5 that can go from paying maybe $300-400 to paying $600, $700, $800, maybe $1,000. So keep that in mind if you're alive. Let's handicap the race. Sophia Barandella gets the 1 here, canonized. So jockey change for Lynn Kleberad's horse. This horse last time out, first trip over the track, and ran a sneaky good 4th. In front, in 3rd, was Big League Benny, and Benny's getting bet, which tells me the 1 horse probably fits pretty well here. Going to have to save ground inside. Hope they go quick early. But if you watch Sophia riding, not just here last summer, but at the fairgrounds this winter, she's really good when she comes off the pace with a closer. She times it so well, and she's brought in long shots all over the place. Here, fairgrounds, down in Texas, she's an excellent rider. I think she's got a shot here to get a piece of the exotics at a big price. Number 2 is Bold Minister. Barrios Lopez gets the call for the Richard gang. 2 of the 3 career victories for this racehorse have happened right here in Shakopee. 3rd time off the layoff for handicappers. That's generally when you get the horse's best shot, and we'll probably need the horse's best shot to contend here at double digits. 3 is Push Through. Derby Glass gets the call this time. Tried a route race last time and actually showed some good speed before fading. The pesky part of the equation is that this horse is 3 for 40 lifetime, will need a career best, but off the speed and fade angle, Paul Allen always talks about speed and fade, that's your handicapping angle right there. Number 4 is Gainer. Constantino Roman gets the call here for the Stanky gang. Turf to dirt and a class drop. So you have a couple of nice handicapping angles. You have a very, very good pilot who's been winning a lot of races lately, and you get double digits. I'm on the 5. Don't love the price, but I do love the horse. It's Sam Tequila. Nevada Lifton, the trainer's having a great meet. The horse has a versatile style of running where he can sit mid-pack and pounce. And down here in the paddock, the 5 makes a very good impression as well. 6 is Cybertruck. Izzy Hernandez looks to go back-to-back. Love the way he's riding. Turf to dirt, slight class drop, 11-1. And these outside 2 horses are both on my pick 5 ticket. I think they both have a chance. And why not the 7 at near 5-1? You get a horse in Milton Town that's in from Indiana, and when right, this horse has a very nice closing kick. They'll need to go quick early, but if they do, the 7 should be rolling late. 8's a handful down here. Looks good on the muscle, but he's real frisky. That is Big League Benny. Jose Silva, the conditioner. The pilot is Double H, Harry Hernandez. This horse has raced 13 times at Canterbury and hit the board in 8 of 15, excuse me. And I think this horse might be the speed of the speed. Outside attack post, Double H, and lots of speed. So plenty of positives for the outside marker. 6 furlongs, big field, could be an upset here in the pick 5. We're kind of sitting on something here. Pick 5 time as we're down to 2 races there. We're halfway home on the late pick 4, which includes a quarter horse dash. Race number 6 coming up. Race number 6 coming at you. It's all next right here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
And the call to the post brings them onto the fast main track to begin the final pick 3 this evening. It's only $1. They leave in 5 minutes, and number 1, Canonize, is ridden by Sofia Barandella. Number 5, Som Tequila, now ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Canterbury Park would like to thank Archkey Solutions, Atomic Data, Choice Electric, and Culver's for 2023 sponsorship. And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Moving in. Seven o'clock for racing tomorrow evening. Saturday at 5. Sunday 1 o'clock family day. And corgi dog racing this Sunday at CBY. Some Tequila 3-2 in favored. Gainer and Big League Benny. That one is now 6-5. So Benny is 6-5, and some Tequila 3-2. Gainer in. Big League Benny and Harry. 8 in the gate. Race 6. And they're racing. Big League Benny with Big League Speed to the outside, and Big League Benny at 7-5 with that killer crossover gets down to the inside with a 2.5 length lead. After that, we have Some Tequila. The Minnesotan comes flashing out of the crowd to be 2 lengths from the lead, but is overtaken by Milton Town and joined by Cybertruck. Those 4 are covered by 3 lengths and have gone 7 clear from Canonize, who's to the inside have pushed through outside of that long shot Gainer, and behind them Bold Minister. 12 from front to back midway through the turn, and it's Milton Town to the outside of the speedy Big League Benny. Milton Town at 5-1 seems to be going the better of those two, and right behind said duo is Some Tequila ranging in beautifully. Some Tequila on the 3 wide side, between them Milton Town and a resurgent Benny to the inside. Now we're down to Big League Benny and Some Tequila, and they're in very tightly with a football field to go. Some Tequila, Big League Benny, it's another humdinger. Some Tequila left him punch drunk. It's a photo. Hold them up. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 5. Some Tequila. 58.71 in 110.36. Some Tequila first. Race 6 is official. The 7th is our penultimate. It is not on the turf. It's on the main track. Race 7, 5 furlongs, dirt track. Scratch numbers 3 and 6. Numbers 3 and 6 are out of race 7, and subsequently no superfecta wagering in race 7. And post times just about 20 minutes from now. This one is provided by Quick Trip and Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. We also thank JTR Roofing, Think Minnesota Realty, and Turtles Bar and Grill. Now entering the winner's circle, Some Tequila and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning trainer, Nevada Litvin, and the winning owner, Joy Gora, and Tailored for Gold Stables. And they're racing. Big League Benny with Big League Speed to the outside, and Big League Benny at 7-5 with that killer crossover gets down to the inside with a 2.5 length lead. After that, we have Some Tequila. The Minnesotan comes flashing out of the crowd to be 2 lengths from the lead, but is overtaken by Milton Town and joined by Cybertruck. Those 4 are covered by 3 lengths and have gone 7 clear from Canonize, who's to the inside have pushed through outside of that long shot gainer, and behind them Bold Minister. 12 from front to back midway through the turn, and it's Milton Town to the outside of the speedy Big League Benny. Milton Town at 5-1 seems to be going the better of those two, and right behind said duo is Some Tequila ranging in beautifully. Some Tequila on the 3 wide side, between them Milton Town and a resurgent Benny to the inside. Now we're down to Big League Benny and Some Tequila, and they're in very tightly with a football field to go. Some Tequila, Big League Benny, it's another humdinger. Some Tequila left him punch drunk.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg to take you through the late daily double up here in the plush studios of the press box here at Canterbury Park. And Angela, we come down to our final thoroughbred race of the night. We've got a cool quarter horse race on the back end, and we come back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. So if people are overheating during the day, we've got Racing Under the Stars at night. It seemed to work out decently tonight. We got a fun crowd that's kind of a different atmosphere, as Jeff and you guys talked about in our pre-race scenario before race one. When you race later at night, it brings in a different crowd.
Definitely. Yeah, it's been a fun crowd down there, and they've survived the heat very well. And, the horses have performed very well. I mean, we've seen a lot of speed do very well in the front end, and that does factor into this race because there's a couple of scratches that might have contributed to that pace. So when you recalibrate race 7 with the 5 of them that remain, who do you picture on the lead? Because that seems to be the place that you want to be, and will they have to fight for it?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a pace battle here. When I handicapped this race, it became my strongest opinion of the night. I thought the inside 2 were up against it. I thought the 4 and 5 were going to crackle together on the front, and I thought that 7 horse, who we talked about in our power play earlier, would sit the perfect trip in that press and pounce mode. Now, again, they don't always play out the way you envision it when you handicap it, but looking at the numbers, looking at the post position, drawing how the race kind of unfolds, and then knowing how good Gabriel Silva's been off the claim, I think the reason the 7 is so live here. I can't believe the betting. 5-1. And this horse had a chance on the turf, so I was disappointed. But when they moved the post time back, we didn't have a choice with no lights on the turf course. Do you think either the 4 or 5 could get loose, or am I missing something?
I didn't think that either one of them would shake loose from the other. And even if Hit the Seam gets loose, it doesn't seem to stop him from running out of gas a little bit after about half a mile. Hit the Seam is so quick. I mean, you see a 1,000-yard race from Losal on the page, and Hit the Seam was fast enough to keep himself in that. That was not a great break for him, but still, he's got quarter horse kind of speed. And if Hit the Seam and 21 and change, do their regular thing. I can't picture one shaking loose of the other and hanging on. That was the big thing. Perfect Fanny has had speed at one point to compete with these. He's running 2 furlong races himself. You saw those sorts of horses lined up to go 5. Gentleman's Secret, being the more versatile, I thought, of any of the horses that you mentioned, was in a perfect spot towards the outside. So I completely agree with you at 4 to 5. It's just now 3 to 5. That's impressive.
Hard to get too excited there.
I know.
Thankfully, we have the pick 5, and if you singled, like I think a lot of people did here, you're sitting on that. What do we do with the 1? Because they run some pretty decent races down the way of Lone Star Park. Here's a good look at the 1 on the screen. As I handicapped the race, especially now that we're off the turf, I thought, well, if they went crazy fast, like in a 5 furlong race, if they went nuts, I thought the 1 was interesting to at least hit the exacta here.
I thought that, maybe Language Barrier could get a piece before the scratches. After, I don't know. I think that there'll be enough of a speed duel where I think they might tire a little bit, but Language Barrier might find himself really far behind early, and that's just not working well on our track. It would on the turf, and I thought that was a good spot for him on that surface, but moving over to the main track being what it has been tonight, I just thought this horse was up against it, and right now he is your field's long shot at 10 to 1.
Yeah, and you're a big fan, as am I, of Miguel Angel Silva, and he's got the 4 horse here, 21 and change, and these are the type of horses that sometimes can fool us here at Canterbury. Off since February, steady diet of drills, has enough speed to at least be in the race. You mentioned it with Hit the Seam. I don't know how either one of these horses separates from the other, but it just seems like when we get really warm weather, horses on the front just carry their speed. We've seen that a lot tonight. I go back to that Grunder race about an hour ago, and nobody was closing. Those 2 horses were well clear of the rest. So many times, Angela, when you see 2 horses ding-dong all the way around the far turn into the stretch, somebody picks up the pieces. When it gets real sticky and warm like this, it just doesn't seem to happen.
Right, I know, and they just keep on going. I mean, they've cut some decent fractions on the front end and keep right on rolling on the front end. 21 and change, obviously aptly named because he can go early on. But 21 and change, I thought maybe it was a horse that they're very disappointed it came off the turf, because the way that he's running some of those maidens on the grass at the fairgrounds in Remington, even an Oklahoma bred spot, might be a touch more appealing for 21 and change down the road, just because he is still good for an on 4 and some other spots down there. I was just maybe looking at Remington being the eventual target for 21 and change and passed on him today.
We've got a daily double here. We've got no superfecta. We're off the turf, 5 furlongs on the main track, and don't forget race 8 is going to be a beauty. A quarter horse dash right down the lane. Looks like a lot of intrigue there for the lucky last. Stick around. Ange and I'll come back. We'll take you through the last, and we'll get you ready for a big weekend of racing, not just here in Shakopee, but at places like Del Mar and Saratoga. We'll tee that up in our next paddock preview. Good luck here.
Seventh race, beginning Dr. Dan's late double. It's not on the turf, and the main track is fast. Scratch numbers 3 and 6, no superfecta wagering. Into the gate they go, and it is now race time. It is the Wednesday penultimate. Best of luck with those late double plays. Gentleman's Secret is even money. Here is Hit the Seam. And the favored Calbred, Gentleman's Secret. And they're racing, Hit the Seam, hits the gas pedal and tries to open up on the field. Hit the Seam being ridden aggressively for speed, and now is joined by 21 and change. Outside of that, Gentleman's Secret tracks coyly 2.5 from the front. Then it's Perfect Fanny, about 4 out of it, and 3 behind that is Language Barrier. Up the far turn they go. 21 and change leads it by a neck from Hit the Seam. Gentleman's Secret on the prowl. Outside of that one is Perfect Fanny, and still nothing from Language Barrier. And here they come, race 7 Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Hit the Seam, locked in battle with 21 and change. Gentleman's Secret heads down to the inside, and they're running away from him. After that is Perfect Fanny, making it a line of 3. Into the final football field, Hit the Seam, 21 and change. Perfect Fanny at 5-1, but Hit the Seam is in a photo. Hit the Seam, it looks like by a head, but it's very tight. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 5, Hit the Seam. It's 5-2-4-1. We had a claim in race number 7. Gentleman's Secret, number 7, was claimed by Rocket Wrench Racing, and the trainer is Bernal Roan. Bernie wins a 2-way shake for number 7, Gentleman's Secret. The tag, $7,500. Gentleman's Secret, Bernie Revac. It's official. The pick 5 paid $130.60. Exacta $9.10. Trifecta $18. 524. 5's wild in the double, and it paid $8. Our 8th race is 20 minutes from now. Scratch number 1, Cynthia Parker. No superfecta wagering in the 8th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Hit the Seam and Laureano Sosa. The winning owners, Taboada Racing, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. And they're racing, Hit the Seam, hits the gas pedal and tries to open up on the field. Hit the Seam being ridden aggressively for speed and now is joined by 21 and change. Outside of that, Gentleman's Secret tracks coyly 2.5 from the front. Then it's Perfect Fanny, about 4 out of it. And 3 behind that is Language Barrier. Up the far turn they go. 21 and change leads it by a neck from Hit the Seam. Gentleman's Secret on the prowl. Outside of that one is Perfect Fanny, and still nothing from Language Barrier. And here they come, race 7 Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Hit the Seam, locked in battle with 21 and change. Gentleman's Secret heads down to the inside, and they're running away from him. After that is Perfect Fanny, making it a line of 3. Into the final football field, Hit the Seam, 21 and change. Perfect Fanny at 5-1, but Hit the Seam is in a photo. Hit the Seam, it looks like by a head, but it's very tight.
All right, guys, we're ready now for the lucky last. We had some sprinkler issues in the paddock, but I think we're okay now. That's a good look at the gorgeous gray apolitical Jimmy. Angela, we got quarter horses going 300 yards. We got simulcasting from Del Mar and Saratoga all weekend. And we got to make a little extra money to get ready for said simulcast bets.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of this maiden venture?
Well, we scratched the one, Cynthia Parker, so we're left with 4 horses that ran behind Il Gaito in his maiden win, and one that we haven't seen since he was a 2-year-old, and Stevie B on the outside. So naturally that led me to Louis Blue, the horse that finished second in aforementioned El Gaito race. But if somebody's going to turn the tables on your current 3-2 favorite, I know you like JJ's Blue Moon. How do you think that he does turn the tables on the horse who is outside?
Not a lot of room for error when you get beat by him, but or her, but the starting gate. I mean, this horse back-to-back races has lost the race right out of the gate and still run on nice to be right in the mix with a close fourth and a decent third, but you don't have room for error. Hopping at the break and being bumped at the break, which sometimes you can't control that. You got to break in a straight line. I think it helps that he's posted right next to the 4 filly. But, yeah, the break is going to be everything for Tyler's horse. And then Jeff Bodet's kind of bullish on this 6 Stevie B. I've got the horse third. You've got the horse third. And I know that the 3 and 4 are going to dominate in the wagering, I would think. Can there be a case made for Stevie B?
I liked Stevie B a little bit last year as a 2-year-old, and Stevie B faced off and entered often with Louis Blue. It's faced off against Rocking the World, and Stevie B has run well, but I thought that maybe Stevie B might want even more distance than 300 yards, considering that horse doesn't get out of the gate quite as quickly as Louis Blue does. Or, I mean, JJ's Blue Moon, same sort of thing. Maybe a little bit more distance would suit both of them just because of the way that they do get out of the gate. But once Stevie B gets going, he's definitely a part of the mix. I know that Frank is on this one. Stablemate Louis Blue gets Garcia. But Garcia has also ridden that filly 3 times in a row. So I think they're both probably in the spots they'd like to be. I just think that Stevie B maybe needs to get the dust off today and maybe would like a little bit more ground. That's the only 2 arguments I can make. But I mean, 5-1 versus 6-5. I don't think that they're that far apart in ability.
No, I agree. And I just, the way I looked at this race and want to attack it is, I think there are 3 prime contenders, 3, 4, and 6. Make up your mind who you like, and then try to key them in a trifecta. So let's just say I like the 3, which I do. I would spend, my money doing a $5 trifecta, 3 over 4, 6, 4, 6.
Okay.
And that way I maximize my chance to make some money. I believe it's a 3-horse race.
Right.
And I just have to get the 3 to outlast the 4 and 6. We'll see how it plays out. I think those are the right 3 horses, but the order is going to be pesky.
Yep, I would agree with you. I don't think much separates them. So if you see value in any one of those 3 avenues, they are pretty similar with what they bring to the table. Remember, no super in here. You have win, play, show, exacta, trifecta wagers to pick from. 5 go to post in 9 minutes, and that will conclude Wednesday night racing. Remember, tomorrow night we are back at 7 to try to let some of the heat pass during the day. Good luck in the last.
The 8th race, the final live race tonight, is 5 minutes from now. Scratch number 1. They're at the gate, and it is post time, or race time, for the 8th race. Final live race tonight. Back at it tomorrow at 7 p.m. Don't forget Sunday, we race corgis. Always quite the popular spectacle. CanterburyPark.com for all your information on what we do, including concerts on the music stage. Number 2, Apolitical Jimmy, is giving Nick Goodwin some problems, settling. Rocking the World, and Kelsey, the favorite Louis Blue, is in. And Stevie B, last in line. All right. On the way they go. Rough beginning for Stevie B. Made an aggressive right turn out of the gate. Rocking the World popped nicely. So did JJ's Blue Moon. Louis Blue is a beaten favorite. Stevie B resurgent to the outside. But Rocking the World has rocked their world at 6-1. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows 5-6-3-4, Rocking the World first. To the winner's enclosure, Rocking the World, owned by Ken Quaid, the winning trainer, Lexan Backhouse, and the winning rider, Kelsey Har. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of those of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, our second to none television team, and Canterbury Park's management, thank you very much for braving the heat here in Shakopee. And for those of you nationwide watching and wagering on racing at Canterbury Park, we wholeheartedly thank you. For those of you locally, if you are leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. And away they go. Rough beginning for Stevie B. Made an aggressive right turn out of the gate. Rocking the World popped nicely. So did JJ's Blue Moon. Louis Blue is a beaten favorite. Stevie B resurgent to the outside, but Rocking the World has rocked their world at 6-1.